Mr. Scheck, correct? Right. People represented by Mr. Goldberg and Mr. Darden. Jury is not present. Counselors, anything we need to take up before we invite the jurors to rejoin us? My recollection is that we had discussed some issues regarding videotapes. Are we prepared to go forward?
Your Honor, my understandings of the court's orders last night were that we were to be provided copies of the videotapes the counsel wanted to show today so that we could review them over the evening. And Mr. Scheck did say he was going to get copies for me, but I didn't receive any. I was here until about 8:30 or 9 last night, so we are not ready.
Your Honor, before we left, we gave Mr. Goldberg an opportunity. I didn't know that he was expecting copies that evening. And in fact, due to certain difficulties, we have not been able to make a copy of the last tape that we received in the afternoon. I mean, if he wants to, I don't know what to say. I mean, we've shown him the tapes. If the court wants to look at them, basically.
Well, as I recall, as we ended the court day, I was advised that the prosecution withdrew their objections.
Right. That's our understanding.
Mr. Cochran?
Your Honor, the only part that we waived an objection to was the videotape of the in-court testimony.
Let me have the transcript of yesterday's proceeding. My recollection of what I heard is that we withdraw our objection to the videotapes, plural, is what I thought I heard. All right. To 22-508 of the transcript. Ms. Clark, Your Honor, so that the court is aware, we have withdrawn our objection to the showing the tape, the direct testimony of the witness, so that we should recommence with that. So that was a single tape. All right, the court stands corrected. All right, Mr. Goldberg, what other clip of the tape do you need to review? prior to restarting with Mr. Fung?
Well, there were two clips of tapes.
Right. Mr. Scheck, would you help me on this? First clip showed Mr. Fung with paper bags and a catalog case.
I have all the tapes and show them to Mr. Goldberg. This is what we intend to show. There's a shot of Mr. Fung.
Mr. Scheck.
There is a shot of Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola exiting Rockingham. Mr. Fung carrying a black bag, a black valise, I think the
Catalog case.
catalog case.
Litigation case.
And some brown paper bags. And Miss Mazzola has what may be a posse box or a clipboard and a bottle of water, it appears to me. And they go into the truck, and there's sound that I think we showed the court yesterday where Mr. Fung says something to the effect of...
Right. Is that the first tape?
That's the first tape.
With the testimony?
I'm sorry? No, that doesn't have the testimony. That is just a clip. That's one view of it. I showed Mr. Goldberg last night a second tape that we got just as late in the afternoon that has additional footage of that, where we see from another camera angle, Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola then leaving from the truck and walking back into Rockingham, picking up two little yellow carts from the driveway and heading back in. And I think when you see both tapes, you'll see that there was a camera person there from Channel 9 and a camera person there from Inside Edition. And in this second shot, the Inside Edition camera person actually gets a picture of Channel 9 videotape person. So you can see where both shots are coming from. Then we have another set of tapes showing Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola leaving Rockingham a second time. This time we see Mr. Fung and his hands, and we see Miss Mazzola.
So we have not seen this videotape yet.
We did. We saw the second one. We saw one clip of the second one, I believe. And I have one clip of that I've shown the prosecution, and then I have a second clip of that that is more complete in that there's a second shot of them walking further towards the truck. In addition, we showed him a complete videotape that includes footage in between that we received yesterday afternoon. If the court wants, I can show you all the different clips in the order that I want to show them to the witnesses, because and then we'll just...
Have you displayed this to the prosecution in the manner that you intend on displaying it to the jury?
I've displayed all the tapes. I'm not sure that I've displayed them in the order, but I could do that if he wants.
All right. Mr. Goldberg, your request at this point is for some additional time to review these videotapes?
Yes, Your Honor.
How much additional time do you think you need?
I don't know how long exactly these videotapes are. In totality, the tapes that Mr. Scheck just mentioned, I'd imagine it probably wouldn't take that long once I have a copy. I can go up to my office, take a look at them.
Well, we have the video equipment here. You can look at it here rather than hazard the elevators in the building.
Well, that may be true, Your Honor, but as the court knows, many of these videotape clips that counsel has presented present images that are very fleeting, and the defense is only concentrating on one or two frames that are very easily missed. So it is useful for our purposes, in order to be prepared to deal with these issues, to be able to carefully look at them, and that's why we request a copy.
Well, Mr. Goldberg, I tell you what, let's do this. Mr. Scheck has offered to display to you and to the court those videotape portions that he intends on showing to the witness and to the jury. So let's see what he intends on showing and the order in which he intends on showing, then you tell me how much additional time you're going to need. All right, Mr. Harris, let's see the tape. I take it this is all at Rockingham? Mr. Scheck, this is all at Rockingham? All right.
this one. We played this sound yesterday. That's in fact all we have from that tape.
All right.
Should we mark these? Do you want these marked now, Your Honor?
All right.
This should be defense 1101.
The one we just showed. Your Honor, before we start this one, it's up to Mr. Goldberg. We have an option here. This tape shows a number of different events. We intend to show to the witness the first segment that is a more complete view of this one. But if the prosecution wants to see what is in between from beginning to end,
How long does it take?
I think it's about 5 minutes.
Play it. All right, we'll mark the second tape 1102.
You want to hear it? Go ahead. Hear the sound. It's my belief that's the cameraman that shot the first one. Now, at this point, that was all I was intending to show, but yeah, but you.
All right, let's see the remainder of the tape.
We were intending to show that.
No, he just said no way, Jose. I almost got hit by a truck. That's one huge.
That's all that's on this tape. Marking Your Honor, 1102.
Second tape is 11:02.
Now, yes, we mark this 1103.
Whose job? You know,
We don't need sound.
No, I wasn't with you.
This is 11:03.
Yes. There's another segment of 1103 that I'd like to show previously, but I have to cue it up with Mr. Harris if the court would give us permission. Section that I want to show and call the court's attention that it's a shot from another angle of Detective Van Adder getting out of his car, but now in this sequence, you can see what he has in his hands, whereas in the other sequence, his hands were cut off from view. Okay. Yeah, you can see the rest of it, but it's just another short shot of the first one.
All right,
See
let's
you
see. Why don't you roll it back just some? Mr. Harris, can you roll it back? All right.
11:03. I think there's one more view that I've discovered that, I don't know if I'll show it or not, but I want to give the prosecution all the tape I have viewing this, and if they have some more, the news media has some more, I'd love to see it.
All right, Mr. Harris, you're going to cue that up for us?
11:04. Because this is a,
Still 11:03.
that's 11:04.
All right.
As you see, it has a more complete shot of them initially leaving, and then this just goes on to show something else that is in another sequence. I think they've seen this tape before. Other sources.
We just go back,
Sure.
about the,
Mr. Harris?
We get a free spray of everything that's in the
That's, prosecution's free to see this entire tape, but I think that these are the only relevant sections.
All right. 11:04, the last tape.
This wasn't done, we just saw it.
That's correct. All right, Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, Your Honor, there are some things in the videotape that are of interest to us, and reviewing them that will take some time to look at more closely. And I would like the opportunity to do that. I would like the opportunity to make copies of these tapes. If the council does not have copies, provide us with.
How much time do you need?
It'll make it faster. I'll give them our copies. They can go look at them as long as they want, maybe in chambers, videotape machine, anywhere. They're not going to go away.
We also like to have copies of our own, Your Honor. We can make copies from the defense copies.
No, I understand. I understand that you would like to have your own copies, but the issue that I would like to resolve is the amount of time that you need to view this so that you can be prepared to redirect or whatever as far as Mr. Fung is concerned. I would like to proceed with the jury this morning.
I know Your Honor, would like to do that. I can understand that.
So what I would prefer we do is that Mr. Harris remain to assist you with the video equipment. You sit here with Mr. Darden or Mr. Harmon or Mr. Clark or Mr. Fairlow, whoever it is you need, Ms. Martinez. Look at it as many times as you need to here, and let's get the show on the road.
Your Honor, it's really not a very comfortable environment for us to take a look at these things. It doesn't give us the
I'm not
opportunity
interested in
to-
comfort, Mr. Goldberg.
It doesn't give us the opportunity to confer, to discuss it, to take a good look at certain frames, because there are at least 2 or 3 frames of interest here in this case. And Your Honor, the argument that I made last night is that we feel that they have a discovery obligation when they reasonably intend to use these tapes to provide them to us. We're not saying that the court should preclude it. We're not asking the court.
No, I'm giving you the opportunity to look at it, to review it as many times as you want. I want you to do it here. I don't want to waste time running up and down the elevators and making copies and everything else.
We moment.
Sure.
Would the court give us 30 minutes to be able to take the tapes?
I'll give
And
you
I'll let
30
you-
minutes, and I'll give you 30 minutes in my chambers with my VCRs and my TV, however you want to do it. You can do it with this equipment here, high resolution monitor here, or you can do it in my chambers. I don't care, but let's just do it. The tapes are here, let's do it.
And when will the prosecution be able to get a copy of the tape, Your Honor?
Probably as soon as it's available, as soon as we take a break for lunch, I assume. Most of the videotape duplicators that I'm familiar with are real time rather than high speed. All right, Mr. Fairtlow agrees. All right, we'll stand in recess for half an hour.
I think it's clear, but plainly we're at a stage of impeachment, and so I would only ask that they be entitled to view it, but they not discuss it with the witness till he's cross-examined.
That was the order that we entered earlier. All right, thank you, counsel. He is not present. Mr. Goldberg, have you had the opportunity to review the various videotapes?
Yes, Your Honor, and I would thank the court for giving us that opportunity. I apologize that it took an attorney 30 minutes.
All right, are we ready to proceed?
We would like to argue about the admissibility of the tapes.
All right. For purpose. All right, Mr. Goldberg.
Your Honor, last evening when I had an opportunity to look at the tapes briefly, we objected on the grounds of relevance. It appears to me that the tapes, in terms of the events that they portray, are not material in the sense of not going to any contested issue. In this case, if you simply look at the events portrayed thereon, they're not inconsistent in any way with Mr. Fung's testimony. We made a similar argument, or I think that identical argument, in fact, last night. Mr. Fung testified that he took several items out to the truck. He said that the blood could have been packaged in a number of different ways, including in a brown paper bag, or in, I think what he said was his posse box, and then he had a third way, and he wasn't really sure. So there's nothing in terms of the tape itself that is material that contradicts him. Upon very careful review of the tapes, it's apparent to us that what the defense wants to try to do is not to introduce the tapes for the materiality of the events that are portrayed, but rather for the time sequence. And that is where we have a tremendous difficulty with these tapes, Your Honor, particularly on 1101 and 1103, which I'd like the court, if the court would be willing to do so, to take another look at with several things in mind. As to 1101, what you will see on that tape is that first Mr. Fung comes out with the various bags, the brown paper bags, and the large black type kit. And Ms. Mazzola is handling the same type of item. The next item is that there is a distinct cut and break in that tape. And then Mr. Van Adder arrives in his vehicle. And then the third thing that happens is there is a showing of Andrea Mazzola and Mr. Fung, this is a third cut, coming out of the location, and Andrea Mazzola is handling what appears to be a garbage bag with some sort of an item or items in it. Perhaps that we could look at that, Your Honor, at this point.
All right.
Your Honor, let me just to save some time. We only are offering the first part of it. If Mr. Goldberg is going to argue now that we're not offering Mr. Van Adder getting out of his car, frankly, we would readily concede that that's a cut. And in terms of the way I have reconstructed events and what I put to the witness is that Mr. Van Adder is arriving after. In other words, that shot is out of order, if that's the problem. But I just want to note for the record that in terms of what we're offering from that tape, we're not offering
Van Adder.
Van Adder.
All right.
Okay, and the third item, what that tape showed is it shows Mr. Fung with all the bags. It shows Phil Van Adder arriving, but it does not show the sequence of Andrea Mazzola coming out afterwards. If the court then compares that to tape number 1103, 1103 shows Mr. Van Adder arriving first, and then it shows Mr. Fung walking out with all of the items in the brown paper bags and the large boxes. And then the third item that shows is the scene of Andrea Mazzola coming out with the plastic bag. Now, if counsel is not offering 1101 for any purpose other than to show Mr. Fung carrying out all the bags in it, does not have any relevance at all. It seemed to me that what they are trying to do is get a sequence or an order. And we have two different tapes, 1101 and 1103, that depict an entirely different sequence. And how are we supposed to know which order those occurred in? I believe that that is the gravamen of the reason that they are introducing these tapes. And if that is true, it is extremely misleading to the witness and to the jury for the defense to be able to make assumptions as to when these events occurred and to present them whatever order they feel benefits their side, particularly when we have two different tapes that are cut in a very different sequence. I'd also point out, Your Honor, that it seems to be entirely without foundation if they are intending to ask Mr. Fung about the sequence in the tape number 1103 showing Mr. Van Adder arriving, to ask him about something that he would not have seen, or that there's no foundation that he saw. So we are objecting, Your Honor, on the grounds of relevance, materiality. We are also objecting under 352 that this is extremely misleading, that this is prejudicial, that the jury should not see something where the issue is the order of events when we do not know what the order is, cannot determine what the order is, and we have two different tapes that have been cut in two different sequences. And it also has the danger of misleading this witness because he doesn't know and hasn't seen the tapes and doesn't know what order they were cut in.
How about 1102 and 1104?
Well, as to 1102, what 1102 shows is simply Andrea Mazzola coming out and Dennis Fung coming out at some point with a plastic bag. Again, an event which in and of itself has no materiality. I don't know whether the defense is offering that for some sequencing purpose. If they are, then we'd have the same objection that we don't know what the sequence of these three events are. 1104 contains shots of Detective Lang holding what appears to be a search warrant in the area immediately before the entry to the defendant's house, where stains in the proximate area where stains 7 and 8 were found on the brick portion of the entry area. And again, it's not material. There's no showing that Mr. Fung was there at that time or saw that. But it appears, Your Honor, that what the defense is trying to do is there are essentially three things that are going on. when you boil these tapes down. Number one, at some point, whenever it is, Detective Van Adder arrives. At some point, whenever it is, Mr. Fung and Ms. Mazzola come out with a variety of items, including the brown paper bags and the large black boxes. At some point, in whatever sequence it is, Andrea Mazzola comes out carrying a trash bag, and Mr. Fung is accompanying her. But the issue is sequence, and there is no way that we can tell from these 4 tapes what the sequence is. We would ask the court to require the defense to lay the same kind of foundation that the people have been previously required to lay. When the issue is timing, when the issue is sequence, particularly whereas here the tapes are edited in 2 different fashions.
All right, thank you, counsel. Mr. Scheck?
Your Honor, I think the court has been as generous as one could be under these circumstances. The prosecution has had a considerable period to look at every tape we have. They've had Detective Van Adder back there looking at it with them. I'm sure they've discussed it with everybody they can. I think that all these issues go to weight, not admissibility. I think that we should be allowed to show everything to this witness who was there, to try to sort through what happened when, the sequence of events. He's there. I want to show him the tapes. I want him to give us the order, if he possibly can, and explore that with him. With respect to Detective Van Adder, I asked him some questions already about whether he recalled Detective Van Adder carrying a black duffel bag and a clipboard, and when he saw him, I think that we should be allowed to show him that tape of Detective Van Adder getting out of the car, show them all the sequences, and let's try to do it through the witnesses. Let's try to get to the truth, because that's really what this is all about. Now, there's nothing more that we can do. We would like to get every tape we could, but between showing the videotapes of the events as they actually transpired, letting the witnesses see it, letting the witnesses tell us to the best of their recollection what happened when, we can try to reconstruct the truth of these events. That's all that we're proposing to do. On redirect examination, on the rest of their case, they can recall Detective Van Adder, they can recall Detective Lang, they can do whatever they want to try to straighten this out.
All right,
But-
Mr. Scheck, as to 1103, are you going to offer the portion with Van Adder's arrival at Rockingham?
Well, it had not been our intention to offer that particular segment. If they want it, they can, because what we showed the court were 2 different pieces of footage of Van Adder arriving that are more complete.
All right, so let me be clear on what it is you intend on offering, what you're proposing to offer. On 1101, it's merely Fung and Mazzola walking to the truck, correct?
I believe that's correct.
Without Van Adder's portion in there.
Could I just see, they have the tapes, could I just see the tapes? Because I have my notations on them. I even gave them my work product. Show are the 2 more complete shots of Van Adder. We're not going to show it on 1101, but on 1102, and what number is this? 1103, we would show the witnesses the 2 shots of Van Adder arriving, one where you can't see what's in his hands, and the other one where you can, just for purposes of completeness so that everybody gets to see everything.
All right, and how about 1102? This is Fung and Mazzola coming out to the truck.
Right. What our proposal with 1102 was,
Different angle.
yeah, this is the tape that has the complete shot, as in my recollection, of Fung and Mazzola going back into Rockingham. So we were going to show that entire sequence, and we were going to show Detective Van Air arriving, but this is the shot where you can't see the bag. On 11:03, we were going to re-show the shot where you can see the bag as he's getting out of the car and what's in his hands. So that's
Right.
how we were going to deal with it in terms of those tapes.
How about 11:04?
Let's go for, I think, 11:04, I think is the, we're going to show the section of Fung and Mazzola leaving Rockingham. This time, Mr. Fung has no bags in his hands, and Miss Mazzola has the trash bag. The value of this shot is that we see them starting at the front door and coming down the driveway. And that was the part we were going to offer from 11.
All right, 11:04 also has that gathering out front with Lang, yes, Detective Lang, Detective Van Adder. Are you offering that portion?
Yeah, it wasn't our intention to,
Standing there with the tennis shoes?
yeah, that's after a cut. We weren't intending to offer
So it's
that.
only Fung and Mazzola
Only
leaving
Fung and Mazzola
from a
leaving.
different perspective?
Right, from a different perspective, and then the last tape, I believe. All right. There's another view, though, on, Your Honor, on 11:03, we're going to show the sequence where Fung and Mazzola are walking out of the driveway. Mr. Fung doesn't have anything in his hands, except maybe a pen or something, and Miss Mazzola has that trash bag. But this time, you get to see them walking further down the sidewalk towards their van.
All right. Thank you. Any other comment, Mr. Goldberg?
Yes, well, it's become absolutely apparent from what counsel says that the sequence is exactly what he does want to use these tapes to do. And how can
Well,
you...
let me ask you this. First of all, do you have an objection? What is your objection to the tape segments that depict only Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola and their travels in and out of Rockingham on the 13th?
The objection, Your Honor, is that it is immaterial in the sense that in and of itself, if all you have is a picture of them coming out and you are not making any suggestion to this jury whatsoever as to what order it came in, then it is immaterial. The only materiality of it and the only argument that counsel has made is that he wants to resolve order, the sequence. And how on earth can that be done with a tape that has been cut, where we have another tape that presents it an entirely different sequence? The only issue that counsel is offering this tape on, Your Honor, is something that we cannot resolve from the
What is your
tape.
specific objection?
That is my specific objection, that it's not material, that it should be precluded under 352, and that there must be a foundation. If we were trying to offer a piece of evidence on the issue of sequencing and timing, and we did try to do this, and we did do this, we had to call the cameraman. The cameraman can testify, perhaps, the sequence that these events occurred in. Mr. Fung cannot, from the videotapes. And if what they are trying to do simply is to resolve the issue of sequence, you can do that by questioning the witness. You don't need the videotapes. The videotapes do not shed any light, do not do anything except confuse and mislead the jury and the witness. And it is not legally permissible to do that under 352, under relevance, under foundation. Mr. Scheck argues, well, when he's addressing the court legally, I want to do it. I want to do it is not an exception or is not a provision in the evidence code.
So you're saying that because of the cuts, you can't tell which sequence occurs first, the coming out with the trash bag and coming out with the catalog cases?
You can't tell which occurs first. These tapes in no way shed any light on that issue and will confuse that issue. That is our objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Mr. Scheck?
Well, you can tell. And we'll find out when we question the witness. He was there, and he can tell us. But you can tell which is first and which is second, we contend. And we're going to prove it. And we have a right to prove it.
All right. How about the foundation, since there's a cut?
Well, no, I think that when you say the cut, which cut are you referring to, Your Honor?
Well, you have Fung and Mazzola going to the truck, placing items in the truck, and then turning around and walking back down the parkway. There's a cut.
Yes.
All right. Then you have them coming out again from the Rockingham address, Fung without anything and Mazzola with a plastic bag.
Right.
Which came first?
That's the issue. Maybe the witness can help us. It's up to the witness. How else are we going to find it out? They've been speaking to Detective Van Anner. They've been speaking
Gentlemen.
to everybody else.
You want to be heard on this?
Definitely not.
We think we can do it through the witness, and we think that that's the whole point. We're not hiding anything here. We're showing them everything. One can reconstruct the camera angles from the two different cameras as best one can. They can talk to the witnesses. They can put on any other witness after this is over to try to reconstruct events. Basically, is what we're not using any misleading cuts. They've had every opportunity to look at it. We're giving every camera angle of that we have available, that anyone has available to our knowledge.
All right,
of
Mr.
these
Goldberg,
events.
has this video been displayed to Mr. Fung?
No.
If it would assist you, I would ask once again that we approach very briefly, and I can make an ex parte application, and I think you'll be satisfied.
No,
I think we do have a right to do that.
I don't need you to do that at this point, Mr. Scheck. The largest question I have is foundation. Because if you're going to exhibit this to the jury, then there's got to be some authentication as to what came first, since obviously the sequence of these items is important to you.
Well, I think that maybe Mr. Fung can tell us.
All right. Then I propose we do that out of the presence of the jury first and see if he can lay a foundation for it. Otherwise, you can bring in the cameraman.
I give up. I really don't think that I should have to reveal this now. I really think that's wrong. But
I'm not asking you to do it. I'm saying if you want to lay the foundation with Fung or the cameraman out of the presence of the jury, you're welcome to do
Okay.
so.
Okay.
That's your option.
one second. Your Honor, my apologies to the court. I think that your course you suggest is a wise one.
Thank you.
And
What is your choice?
the choice is that we lay
Mr.
the...
Fung out of the presence?
Yes.
Let's have Mr. Fung. All right, good morning again. Mr. Fung, would you take the witness stand again, please? All right, Mr. Fung, you're reminded you're still under oath, sir. We're going to show you a few videotapes. Mr. Scheck, Mr. Harris,
just make one request. I think the witness should probably only be shown the tapes as to the specific sequences, the 3 sequences we've discussed, and not in any particular order, so that he's
No,
not misled.
this is Mr. Scheck's offer on foundation. He can do it however he sees fit.
Fung, I'd like to show you a segment from the videotape. Let me just make sure the segment is queued up right. This is a segment from 101.
All right, 101.
All right, stop a second, please. And Mr. Fung, I'd like you to note carefully the cars that you see as this tape proceeds, okay?
Cars?
The cars that are parked on the sidewalk, all right? So first you saw a police car there, a black and white?
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. All right, let's stop. You see this second van there?
The one where the gentleman's
Yes.
coming out of? Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. Let's stop. You see this brown car there?
Yes.
Okay, let's proceed. See that van there?
Yes.
That's not the white Ford Bronco, is it?
No, it is not.
Okay. All right, let's stop for a second. Now, from the car, you do not, in walking down that path, you did not see Mr. Simpson's white Ford Bronco, did you?
No.
All right. Let's proceed. Now listen carefully to the sound here, sir. Okay. Now, let's get rid of that last one. Did you hear yourself saying, okay, let's go back, make one last check? Or words to that effect?
Something like that, yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to show you another videotape that depicts these events that I think is more complete. So I'd like you to take a look at that. 11:02. Okay. Oh. Stop. Now you see again that black and white police car,
Yes.
and you see there's a space in front of it.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on. Another car, same car as before. Concentrate if you can, sir, on, that's you with paper bags in your, I guess it's your left hand?
Yes.
And that's, what's that in your right hand?
It was a, looks like a box.
The evidence kit? Now, you recognize this to be, up through this point, the same clip as we saw before.
Yes.
Okay. Now you see that walking back. Okay. Now, okay, why don't we actually continue with that tape? Just back it up a second. Back it up to the very beginning of this. All right. Now, after this, you'll see that there's a cut in the tape.
Well, at this point, I object to ask any questions about this, since there's no foundation that he was there.
Overruled at this point. You can show him the tape.
Yes. Take note of that car, sir. You see it?
The gray car.
Stop right here for a second. See that car?
This gray car here.
That gray car?
Yes.
Okay. Let's continue. All right. Okay. Call your attention to a second. Would you agree, sir, that that gray car that we just observed was not parked in that location in the first segment that we just reviewed of you and Miss Mazzola going to the truck and then walking back in?
There was a police car and then a van in the first segment.
Right, there was a
gray car
police
was not
car,
present.
a space, do you recall that?
Yes.
And then, but that gray car was not in that first segment, right?
The first segment that you showed me, yes.
Okay. Now I'd like to show you another view of, This is 1103, Your Honor.
Still object to this pictures of Danny Otter without any foundation in sellout.
Or
Okay. Now, let's stop for a second. Stop. Now, in that sequence, if you like, if you want, we can rewind it. You see Detective Van Adder, all right, getting out of that gray car, correct?
Yes.
And in his hands, he has a black duffel bag in one hand and what appears to be a clipboard in the other.
And maybe some other objects also, yes.
Yes. And you see that as we go through the shot, please pay attention to the black and white car. See that there?
Yes.
Okay. Now, stop it. Now, would you agree, sir, that that gray car that Detective Van Adder got out of is parked in front of that black and white police car?
Yes.
All right. And that is not, that gray car was not present in the first sequence I showed you of you and Miss Mazzola walking towards the van.
That's correct.
Okay. And then coming back and going back inside of Rockingham, right?
Right.
Okay. Sir, I'd like to show you another tape sequence. From 1104.
three.
I'd like to show you this sequence. All right? Yes. Now, this sequence is you and Miss Mazzola leaving. Stop right here. Do you recognize who that gentleman is in the Panama hat?
That is Mr. Wilson. He's a photographer.
Photographer. Okay. And this is you and Miss Mazzola now leaving the Rockingham location again?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Oh, yes, continue here. Continue here, I'm sorry. All right, stop. All right, stay here. Stop. Reverse.
All the way back, please.
To the entrance stairs. Thank you.
Okay. I know. Hey, that goes, okay. Get rid of that shot. Now, did you focused on yourself and Miss Mazzola leaving, and then there's, she has a trash bag in her hand, correct?
Stage as to which tape, Your Honor.
This cut right here.
Overall.
She's got a bag, a plastic bag, yes.
Okay,
A large plastic bag.
all right. Now, I'd like to show you,
Your Honor, I'm making much constructive. It's still not clear as to which of two cuts in that tape.
Overall.
Tape number 1104.
Overall.
I'm going to show you another sequence in this, and it's 1103, Your Honor. Sequence. Just go back a little bit. Okay, let's run it. Now you see, okay, stop for a second. Now that's you and Miss Mazzola again leaving Rockingham.
Yes.
And that's, I think you told us, Mr. Wilson behind you.
Yes.
Okay. Stop. You see the black and white car?
Yes.
Let's move forward. Stop. You see the gray car?
Yes, I do.
All right. Now that would be Detective Van Adder's car that you saw in the previous shot?
I don't know if it's his car, but that was the one he was
Getting
out of.
All right, let's proceed. Okay. Looking at those videotapes, testified that you, at some point in the afternoon on June 13th, left Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
Now, the segments that we saw depicting you and Miss Mazzola leaving Rockingham, all right, you recall the ones where you're carrying the black box and the paper bags in your left hand,
Yes.
and you then put them in the truck,
Yes.
all right, and then you say to her, let's go back for a last check,
Yes.
all right, and then we see you go back in, correct?
Yes.
And then we have a second set of shots that you saw, two clips, of you leaving Rockingham again, correct?
Yes.
All right. And this time, Miss Mazzola has that plastic bag in her hand,
Yes.
and you're not carrying any bags in your hand.
That's correct.
All right. And then you walk past towards your truck again.
Right.
All right. Now, in terms of sequence, sir, the first time that you walked out carrying the bags in your hand, all right, that was, that happened before the second time, didn't it?
It appears so, yes.
Just cause speculation, this is interpretation.
Oh,
Should go better than anyone else's.
Nice. Now, Your Honor, I think that that lays the foundation, and would like to show it to the jury.
Well, no, I think Mr. Goldberg's entitled a little cross-examination or redirect as to, actually cross-examination as to this issue of
All
foundation.
right, well, then maybe I'll. More questions. I'd like to ask right now.
All right.
And in that second tape, you saw the gray car had pulled up, correct? You saw the gray car that you saw Detective Van Adder get out of. The second, there were two tapes you saw of you leaving Rockingham. You've now told us a second time, correct?
Could you repeat that one?
Sure. Remember the tapes where you and Miss Mazzola are walking down the driveway and Mr. Wilson is behind you?
Yes.
All right. Now that is that happened second, correct?
That's the second tape you showed me.
Yes. That's the second time that's in terms of leaving Rockingham, okay? I think you just told us that happened after the first trip, correct?
That appears to be the second time.
Yes. Now, do you recall how much time passed between the first and second trip?
No, I do not.
What's in the plastic bag?
To the best of my recollection, the envelope containing the blood vial is in there.
Is in the plastic bag that Miss Mazzola is carrying?
Yes.
Goldberg, you have any questions?
For the witness to ask him some questions about that segments, two segments. Counsel.
Would we be with the jury at this point?
I'm contemplating going till 6 tonight.
I'm sorry?
I said I'm contemplating going until 6 tonight.
Well, I guess my question is, how long will I have to explore this line with the witness, given that it's 5 to 12?
Well, no, Mr. Goldberg just asked the permission of the court to ask some questions of Mr. Fung, and has
Oh,
asked
I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Harris to queue up 11:04 because he'd like to view that again. So I suspect we're going to break for lunch. We're going to come back at 1:30, but I think we're going to go until 6 today. Let's see 11:04.
Can we see that one more time, the clip?
Mr. Harris, can we see it from the doorway, please?
Mr. Fung, can you look very carefully in Ms. Mazzola's hands to see whether you can see an object in her hands or carrying an object? Maybe we can back up and take another look at that. Yes. Now let's back up again. Sorry, Your Honor, can we see that at another time? Sure. From the door?
Sure. Who's got control, Mr. Fairtlow? Sorry, Mr. Harris.
There.
Can we back up a minute, please, on the frame that shows that she has her hands?
Sure. Right there. Right there.
Mr. Fung, do you have an independent recollection of what the item is in Ms. Mazzola's hands? When I say independent, I'm talking about not from viewing this tape, but from what you remember on
No,
the
I do
13th?
not.
Okay. Do you have any independent recollection as to whether this footage, maybe we can continue on to the next? Is this the footage that we just saw, the first part of the footage on 1104, a continuous series of events with the footage that you saw in the second half of 1104, to your independent recollection?
No, I can't say that it is continuous.
You don't know from your independent recollection?
I don't know.
Were you present when Mr. Van Adder arrived in his car, gray car?
I don't recall him arriving at the Rockingham scene. No,
You did not see that?
no.
In the afternoon, where was the first time that you saw Detective Van Adder?
I was inside the Rockingham residence.
Do you have any do you have any ability other than what you saw in the videotape to determine whether or not the gray car came and left before you walked out to the van with the brown paper bags or after?
This is the first time I noticed the gray car.
But what I'm saying to you is do you have any capacity to testify from your independent recollection and your own observations on the 13th, which of those two items happened first?
No.
Based upon your own independent recollections, then, can you tell us the sequence, not from what you saw in the videotape, but based upon your recollections and your observations on the 13th, can you tell us the sequence of the following three events? Detective Van Adder arriving, Andrea Mazzola and yourself leaving with Andrea Mazzola carrying an item that appears to be a trash bag, and you arriving with Andrea Mazzola at the crime scene truck with a number of brown paper bags.
I couldn't put those in order, no, through independent recollection.
Is there anything about viewing the videotape that refreshes your recollection or allows you to put into sequence these events?
Not really, no.
Mr. Scheck? Do you have any further questions for
Just
Mr.
one.
Fung? I'm sorry, Mr. Goldberg, were you finished?
Yes. Mr. Fung, do you have an independent recollection of how many times in the afternoon you went out to the crime scene truck with brown paper bags?
No, I do not recollect how many times.
Did you notice, in terms of those two sequences of you leaving Rockingham, okay? In the first sequence, you go back with Miss Mazzola and you pick up some evidence cards from the ground, right?
Yes,
And when you came at the second time, those evidence cards were not on the ground.
I didn't notice.
You want to look? This segment, you and Ms. Mazzola coming out the driveway. Go ahead. Go ahead. Stop. Now, you don't see those evidence cards on the ground the second time, right?
No.
Okay, let's move forward. Okay, stop. So, wouldn't you agree, Mr. Fung, that that's the second, that sequence of you leaving the second is happened after the first sequence, when you went to the truck, deposited the police in the bags, then walked back in and picked up the evidence cards?
Well, Your Honor, it's vague as to which sequence he's talking about.
Do you understand what I asked you?
We have the paper bag trip and we have the plastic bag trip.
All right. This plastic bag trip happened second, didn't it?
It appears to be yes.
Thank you.
All right, we'll stand in recess 1:30.
Your Honor, are we going to be able to do this when we come back?
Over the lunch hour, I want you to leave the tapes here. I'm going to look at them one more time.
Okay. And, Your Honor, could we have an admonition?
Yes. Mr. Fung, don't discuss the matter with any of the attorneys, please. Started.
Checks information, Mr. Newfeld. Ms. Mazzola is upstairs, but she is not feeling well. She is under a doctor's care, and we intend to send her home at this point.
I don't think we're going to finish today. All right. But, counsel, we're going to go till 6. Make preparations to go to 6 today. All right, we're in recess. Tapes this afternoon, which is what delayed our getting started. This afternoon, I was reviewing tapes again in my chambers. And in reviewing the KTLA tape, Stan Chambers' report from June the 13th, 1994, in hitting the pause button to stop it at the time that the parties were coming out of the door at Rockingham, I hit the record button instead. And I erased inadvertently 5 seconds of that videotape. So I would like counsel to look at the videotape to see if they think that those seconds are critical. I've had my staff contact KTLA, see if they can provide us with another duplicate copy of that news broadcast. They indicated they're looking for it, that it should be available, and I'll have 2 of my staff members go get it as soon as they confirm that it's available. But Mr. Scheck, if you want to look at it to see if that footage is sufficient for your uses. Noting that the pause and the record button are next to each other on this remote control. I'll mark it as a court's exhibit. I must say I'm thoroughly embarrassed by this.
Oh, well, I know I would do it. I'm that kind of klutz, and we know you're not Rosemary Woods, so I think we can certainly proceed with what we've got.
All right, you've reviewed it?
Yeah, I think that, did Mr. Goldberg take a look? You want to take a look?
I'm sorry? No, I haven't ruled yet. I'm just saying, is this sufficient for your uses here?
I didn't get a chance to see.
All right, Mr. Harris, you want to run it with the court's deletion?
The reason I think it's sufficient is that we have that other tape that picks up with them walking down the driveway, and this one shows them coming out of the house. And I'm, for our purposes, I'm sure that's fine.
All right, I've just been advised that by the news director of KTLA that they have located the tape. They've dubbed a copy, and I'm sending my staff to go get it in case we need a complete copy.
Well, okay, I think that actually, since I'm going to begin with another matter that I estimate will take about 10 minutes, 15 minutes, but I'm assuming that before we get to this line, and before we hit the videotapes, it may just be perfect timing.
All right. Court's ruling then as to the videotapes is as follows. I will allow the playing of the videotapes that depict Mr. Fung and Miss Mazzola on both trips, both the paper bag trip and the plastic bag trip. Court finds a sufficient foundation has been laid for those. Court sustains the objection to the Van Adder arrival segment on the basis of lack of foundation at this time. So the court will.
We had some additional information.
We just got a lunch.
You just got a.
We just got additional information on lunch, as did the people, Your Honor.
You want to
from
share
a,
that, Mr. Neufeld? Does Mr. Scheck want to handle this, or do you want to handle it?
Well, can I refer to him just?
Only because I spoke to the reporter myself. It's up to you, if I may, just to save time. We were approached, as was the prosecution, by a gentleman named John North, who was a reporter from KABC.
Oh, excuse me, Your Honor.
Why don't you wait outside?
Somebody, he said he spoke to the prosecution during the luncheon break. They spoke to him?
All right, Mr. Fung's withdrawn. Mr. Neufeld.
Yeah, and Mr. North presented me with a computer printout. He said that they went back and they checked their original cassette that was shot by their camera person that day, that afternoon. And it even has a time, it's time coded. And it was time coded, and the time code, he said, was set by the camera operator. And it shows the time that each of these incidents occurred. And it also shows the sequence in which they occurred. And it completely corroborates the sequence that we wanted to show to the witness, namely that first he's coming out carrying the paper bags, then Van Adder arrives. I'm sorry, then they go back in, then Van Adder arrives, and then they come out the second time, and Fung has nothing in his hands, and Mazzola's carrying the plastic bag. He gave me this printout. He said they intend to air it on the television this evening, in fact.
Okay.
Clearly, if we had that person, that would provide any additional foundation.
Yes, it would.
Well,
He's downstairs.
He probably is. Or on the 12th floor by now. All right, but see, the problem is we have the jury waiting, so let's proceed with what we have. You can lay the foundation. If you want to do that out of the presence of the jury, we'll do that.
Given the court's ruling on the evidence of videotapes, we'll withdraw our objection on the Van Adder tapes.
All right, that settles that question. Proceed. Let's have the jury. All right, let the record reflect we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, let me apologize to you for the delay in getting started this court day. I started the day with some special discussions with the lawyers. I think as we recessed yesterday, you were aware that I had to make some determinations out of your presence as to some of the videotapes that would be presented to you. And we spent some of the time this morning allowing the parties to view these videotapes, to confer amongst themselves, and to make their arguments for and against the admission of these videotapes. Over the lunch hour, I took the decision under submission so I could have the opportunity to look at these videotapes myself one more time. And as I mentioned to you, there's something called Murphy's Law. During the course of looking at those videotapes and attempting to put one into a still frame, I hit the record button, and I inadvertently erased part of one of the tapes as I was trying to slow-mo it. I see you're laughing. I'm sure it's happened to you, too. Normally, what you do is you knock out that little tab in the back so you can't record over it. I didn't do that, and I'll never do that again, believe me. But that was part of, that's why we're late getting started this afternoon. I apologize to you sincerely. I want you to know that when we're in a jury trial, the thing that bothers me the most is knowing that you're back there and you're waiting. And that's why when I knew we were going to have a long delay this morning, I had you taken back up to the larger lounge because I know it's more comfortable for you to be up there. And I sincerely apologize to you. I take full responsibility myself personally for this delay today. I want you to know that it's not the fault of the parties. And hopefully we'll be able to get through a full court session. I indicated to the lawyers that I wanted to go through till 6 o'clock today to make up for some of the lost time today. We will take breaks through the afternoon, however, but I'd like to get in at least 4 good hours today with the jury. But we've been at it since 9 o'clock this morning. All right, thanks, folks. Mr. Fung, would you resume the witness stand? All right, good afternoon again, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
You're reminded, sir, you are still under oath. The records reflect Mr. Fung is on the witness stand undergoing cross-examination by Mr. Scheck. Mr. Scheck, you may conclude with your cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good
You're
morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Oh, good afternoon, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Fung.
Good afternoon.
How are you, sir?
Okay.
Mr. Fung, I'd like to begin by showing you what the coin envelope that contains item number 10. You recall the blue plastic that you saw at Rockingham?
Yes.
Well, Ms. Robinson is treating that.
It's over here on the Mrs. Robertson's bench. Which court exhibit is this, Mr. Scheck?
This is court exhibit,
Exhibit
164, item 10.
and Your Honor, I'd like to mark this photograph defendant's next in order.
1105? All right, defense 1105.
May I approach the witness?
You
Your
may.
Honor? Oh, actually, first. Now, looking at the monitor, Mr. Fung, that is item number 10, as you saw it on the morning of June 13th.
The blue object to the top of the picture, yes.
And I believe you told us, sir, that Detective Furman retrieved that object.
Yes.
And you could not recall whether or not he used the glove method or the scoop method to collect item number 10.
I don't recall which he used.
Right. I would ask you, sir, to, with court's permission, open. This is the coin envelope that contained item number 10 on June 13th, correct?
Yes.
I would ask you, sir, to open this envelope.
Knife or
at the
scissors?
top. Sorry?
Just asking Mr. Fung if he wanted a knife or scissors.
You may want to use gloves.
Yes, and I think gloves would be appropriate.
Mrs. Robertson? Gloves. Let's try not to block jurors 1 and 7. Juror number 1, is there a problem with the monitor? Is it on now? Tom? Monitor seats 1 and 2.
Power lab.
Is the green light on? Mr. Fairlaw? All right. All right, Mr. Fung, you may proceed. Mr. Scheck?
Mr. Fung, if you could, would you please open the envelope from the top over here, where you see the last seal was broken, right up over the top there, I think you could argue.
I'm cutting along the bottom edge of the envelope.
Yes. Now, could you please take out item number 10? Could you please unfold it to its full size and hold that up? All right. Now, could you please turn it vertically at this point? Could you please hold up the coin envelope? All right. Could you put the coin envelope,
Superimpose over.
superimpose it? Okay. Now, Mr. Fung, wouldn't you agree, and that, now turn it rectangularly, the coin envelope, the item number 10. Now, when you saw item number 10 on June 13th, it was not folded as it is now, was it?
That's correct.
Okay. So, wouldn't you agree, sir, that without folding up item number 10, with one's hands, it would be extremely difficult to get it into that coin envelope?
No.
You think you could do that without folding item number 10? One could, the scoop method is where you take a card or a pen, right? And you put something into a bag such as that coin envelope.
Yes.
All right. Okay, and it's your recollection now, sir, that you don't remember whether or not Detective Furman was wearing gloves and took item number 10 and placed it in that coin envelope.
I don't recall which method he used.
But it could have been that he was wearing gloves, right?
Sustained.
Finish
You want to, hold, well, let me just ask a question. 1492, were you able to see that? All right, thank you. Proceed.
All right, Your Honor, if you could just repackage that, sir.
Sure. Counsel, if you want to approach and inspect it. Mr. Scheck.
You would agree, sir, that at least that somebody would have to fold that blue object before putting it in that bag.
Ask and answer.
Sustained.
When you saw it on June 13th, as depicted in the photograph that's on the monitor, it wasn't folded, correct?
Ask and answer.
Overruled.
It was not folded.
Okay, thank you. All right. Your Honor, I'm finished with the exhibit, and
All right, if you'll take that and return it to Mrs. Robertson.
Mr. Conley will request. Now, when we last broke yesterday, Mr. Fung, we were discussing Mr. Simpson's blood sample. You recall that?
Yes.
And I had asked you whether or not you made a slip on direct examination when you were asked which item you received first. The sneakers from Detective Lang or the blood sample of Mr. Simpson.
Yes.
And you said you did not remember making such a slip.
That's what I stated. Yes.
And the sneakers were given to you on June 14th in the morning.
Yes.
No question about that.
That's correct.
And item number 19 is a hair that you removed from the Rockingham glove.
It's hairs. Yes.
And that was done on the morning of June 14th.
Yes.
I'd like to show you a videotape now, sir, of your direct examination. And
Yes.
I'd like you to look at the videotape and ask if this is you being asked some questions and giving some answers.
This chair.
I would reduce the paperwork.
If the blood had remained item number 18, I would have had to create 3 additional property report face sheets.
Now, with the pair of sneakers on the previous document that we saw was labeled item 17, is that correct?
Yes,
Which did you receive, and the blood 18?
yes.
Which did you receive first, the blood or the pair of sneakers?
I received the blood vial first.
All right.
Was that a slip, Mr. Fung, where you're accidentally revealing the truth that you received the blood vial after you received the sneakers?
Sustained.
Mr. Fung, you told us that Detective Van Adder gave you a gray envelope containing the blood sample that was already packaged on the afternoon of June 13th.
A gray envelope that was already packaged?
Yes, when you received the blood vial on blood sample on June 13th, did you not tell us that it was already packaged in a gray envelope?
The blood vial was packaged in a gray envelope.
It was already packaged when you received it from Detective Van Adder.
Overruled.
Yes.
Mr. Fung, when you testified at the grand jury on June 22nd, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? I'm
Counsel.
starting at page 397, line 28. Tape we just played of Mr. Fung on direct, SB marked 1106.
All right, 11:06, that last tape recording. All right, Mr. Goldberg,
May I proceed?
I'm just waiting for Mr. Goldberg to confirm already. Mr. Goldberg? Have you read all right, proceed.
Thank you. Mr. Fung, on June 22nd at the grand jury, were you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question, did you also receive a blood sample that was removed from the defendant, the possible defendant, Mr. Simpson, from Detective Philip Van Adder? Answer, yes, I did. Question, and what date was it that you received it from him? Answer, I received that blood sample on June 13th, 1994. Question, did you package it in some manner when you received it from him? Answer, yes, I did. Question, how? Answer, I placed it in a gray whole blood envelope. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers?
Yes, I did.
Mr. Fung, are you having some trouble keeping this story straight about getting the blood sample from Detective Van Adder from
Sustained.
Rockingham?
Sustained. Counsel, that's not a proper question.
Mr. Fung, you testified on cross-examination yesterday. Under cross-examination about receiving the blood sample. You recall that?
Yes.
All right. Now, I'm at page 22457. Yes?
Do you have that?
I'm sorry? Do I have
Mr.
an extra?
Robertson? Do you have Ms. Olson who gave the transcript from yesterday, please? Mr. Goldberg, do you have your copy here?
Your Honor, I'll just, they can look over my shoulder while I read it. So. Make it fast. Were you asked yesterday by
All right, Mr. Goldberg, that's the court's copy. All right, Mr. Goldberg, have you had the opportunity to review that?
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Scheck, proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Question. I take it at some point in time, you left the foyer area and returned to your crime scene truck. Answer, yes. Question. All right. And were you carrying that gray envelope? Answer. Either by itself, in a posse box, or in a paper bag. Question. So it would be one of those three ways of carrying it. Either by itself in your hand, in a paper bag, or in a posse box. Answer, yes. Were you asked those questions, and did you give those answers yesterday?
Yes, I did.
Now, this morning, did you have an opportunity to look at some videotapes?
Yes.
And you did that in this courtroom, outside the presence of the jury, with the judge and counsel present.
Yes.
I'd like to show you some of those videotapes now, sir. Let me just, before we show you the videotapes, just want to ask you a few questions. Since you last left us yesterday afternoon, have you had any conversations with the prosecution about the events of June 13th and where you say that Detective Van Adder gave you Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
This morning I discussed briefly some of the events with Mr. Goldberg.
May we approach, Your Honor?
With the court reporter, please. Thank you, counsel. Proceed.
Mr. Fung, could you tell us precisely what questions Mr. Goldberg asked you and what answers you gave him?
I don't recall the exact wording. But it was something along the lines of me recounting to him the events that led from picking up the certain items, the last items I collected before going to the truck and leaving the Rockingham scene.
How long did this conversation take?
3 or 4 minutes.
One moment, Your Honor. Do you recall how many questions Mr. Goldberg asked you? Approximately.
Maybe 1 or 2.
Was there any discussion of the videotapes?
No. We only discussed that we could not discuss the videotapes.
But when you had this discussion with him, you had already seen some of these videotapes.
On this monitor here.
Okay. Now,
Indicating the monitor.
Yes.
have you had any conversations before you came here to testify with anyone else other than withdrawn? Did you speak about this matter with any other district attorney?
No.
Did you speak about it with Detective Van Adder?
No.
Did you speak about it with Detective Lang?
No.
Speak about it with anybody from law enforcement?
No.
Did you speak about it with anybody at the crime lab?
No.
Did you speak about this issue with anyone since the moment that you left the witness stand yesterday to the time you came back to answer some questions this morning?
No.
All right, why don't we show this sort of video?
All right, which video do you propose to show, Mr. Scheck?
Starting a little 11:01. All right, stop. All right, maybe you want just a little bit. All right, stop. Stop. Okay, Mr. Fung, that is you, correct?
Yes, it is.
That is Andrea Mazzola, we just saw?
Behind me.
Is that right?
Behind me, yes.
All right. To the right, you see a little yellow card on the ground?
Yes.
That's one of those markers that you put down to indicate where maybe the items of evidence are.
Items that are, it's an item for photo ID.
Yes. And that was of an item that you did not collect.
That was, yes.
Okay. Now, approaching here, you see a police officer and you see a car, do you not?
Yes.
Okay, let's roll it. All right, let's stop right here. Now, that's a black and white police car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you and Ms. Mazzola have just passed it.
Yes.
And this is the afternoon of June 13th.
Yes, it is.
All right. And coming up, you see a space in front of that black and white police car.
Yes.
All right, let's roll it. Now, let's stop. Now, you just walked past the black and white police car, and there was an extended space until you hit this next vehicle.
Yes.
Okay, let's roll it.
Excuse me, Mr. Scheck, do you want the sound on this?
Yes, we do, as a matter of fact. Thank you very much. I think we started off with the same. Let's stop. Now, after that, let's rewind it for a second just to make sure we've got everything exactly right. Stop. Okay, roll it through. All right, that's the space we were talking about, the cars. Here's another gray car, correct?
Yes.
All right, stop. Now that's a brown car, correct?
Yes.
Okay, let's move forward. Stop. Now this is a white van, correct?
Yes.
But that is not Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco, is it?
No, it is not.
Mr. Simpson's Ford Bronco was not at this location as you were walking out in the afternoon of June 13th at Rockingham?
Not at the time
Right.
in this
Okay.
video.
All right, let's stop. Now, that's you, and you have in your right hand a black valise,
Yes.
and in your left hand, you have a number of paper bags.
Yes.
And Miss Mazzola, she has a clipboard.
Yes.
Is that a posse box or a clipboard? Can you tell?
It's a posse box.
All right. And she has another black, what is that, an evidence kit in her hand?
It's a, yes, part of the evidence kit.
All right. And this was the first videotape that we showed you this morning.
Yes.
Okay. Let's roll it. That's you putting your valise in, putting the paper bags in. It's Mazzola putting the posse box and the black valise in, correct?
Yes.
Shutting the door. Let's listen carefully. Okay, let's just reverse for a second. All right, stop. Let's kill this tape. Now that's you saying, let's make one last check.
Yes.
Okay. Next videotape we showed you. We're causing a subsequent videotape this morning, which is a more extended shot of you walking out at that time to the car, to the van, putting the bags and the valise in, and then walking back, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Harris, which exhibit is this?
This is 11:15.
1102.
And that's a photograph of one of those evidence markers, correct? Two of
Yes.
them? Okay. Now, this is you and Miss Mazzola coming out again. Stop. Stop, please. Now, that was, again, the black and white car, correct?
Yes.
And this is now you're walking past the space where, in front of that black and white car?
Yes.
All right, let's proceed. There's that gray van. And the next car is a brown one, correct?
Yes.
You're carrying those bags in your left hand in the valise. Now we see some video people coming, correct? And that's you putting the paper bags in the valise in, and Miss Mazzola putting the posse box and the evidence kit in, correct?
Yes.
This is a point where you close the door, and in the audio of that last tape we heard you say, let's go back for one more check, correct?
Yes.
And now we see you and Miss Mazzola going back for one more check, correct?
Yes.
Now you're picking up those evidence tags, correct?
Yes.
First two. Now you're picking up the third one. All right, stop. Going back inside. Okay?
Yes.
All right, we have the, I'm informed that we have the
Yes,
complete
I'm
tape.
just queuing it up. I believe it's queued up to the right spot. You might want to have Mr. Harris check that. And the protective ear is out of it. To be the same clip?
It appears to be, Your Honor.
All right.
All right, now, Mr. Fung, this is a clip of you and Miss Mazzola coming out of Rockingham, correct?
Yes.
And this took place after that first set of footage, correct?
Yes.
So first, the first two tapes that we saw at two different angles are you and Miss Mazzola leaving. You're carrying brown bags in one hand, black valise in the other, correct?
Yes.
And Miss Mazzola is carrying the posse box, correct?
Yes.
And another black case, correct?
Yes.
And you put all of that in the evidence truck.
Yes.
And the way that you just saw those two tapes are the way that you first saw them this afternoon, correct?
Yes.
And the way that you saw them is that as you and I discussed it, I pointed out the location of cars as you walked down the street, correct?
Yes.
We followed those very carefully, just as we did with the jury.
Yes.
Okay. Now, this is you leaving after your last check, correct?
This is me leaving the scene. Yes.
Yes. Okay, let's roll it here. Okay, let's stop. Now, the man behind you is a photographer named Mr. Wilson,
Yes.
and he's from SID, correct?
Yes, he is.
And as you were walking out that door, if you want to see it again, you have nothing in your hands,
That's correct.
all right? You do not have a gray envelope in your hands.
That's correct.
You do not have a brown paper bag in your hands.
That's correct.
You do not have a posse box in your hand.
That's correct.
Now, Miss Mazzola, in her left hand, she has what appears to be a black plastic bag.
Yes.
Let's roll it. Okay, let's stop. Okay. Now, that videotape shows you walking out the front door, correct?
Yes.
This is the second trip now.
Of the videotapes, yes.
Can we read one more? Just rerun. Let's see if there's a cut here, and I'd like you to concentrate if we can see the cars just at the point of the cut. Okay, let's see. Let's stop. You do see that from this angle, at least, we can see that white van, correct?
Yes.
And we see a space behind it, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's play the next tape. Cue it up. And while Mr. Harris is finding it, Mr. Fung, you recall that this tape is going to depict a more complete view of you and Miss Mazzola on the second trip, walking down the driveway and then at Rockingham and then down Rockingham, correct? Well, let's just let him see it.
Sustain. All right. Which tape is this, Mr. Harris?
We're back to 1103.
Thank you, sir.
And okay. Now let's take a look at this, Mr. Fung. Okay, now before we start it, that's you and Miss Mazzola again on your second trip, correct?
On the second trip of the videotapes, yes.
All right. And that is a continuation of the video that we just saw where the two of you walk out the door.
Yes.
And on the ground, you notice that there are no evidence tags, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you have, you're not carrying any paper bags.
That's correct.
You're not carrying a posse box.
That's correct.
You're not carrying a gray envelope.
That's correct.
Let's roll it. Now, let's pay careful attention to the cars, sir. All right, stop. Stop. That is the black and white car, correct?
Yes.
All right. And let's move it. Stop. Now, that's a new car, isn't it?
A new car?
Well, that car wasn't there the first time in the first sequence we saw, correct?
In the first video sequence, no.
Right. That car wasn't there when you and Miss Mazzola walked down the driveway at Rockingham, walked down the street at Rockingham, and put the brown paper bags, the valise, into the back of the crime scene truck, correct?
That's correct.
That car wasn't there when Miss Mazzola put the posse box into the crime scene truck.
It didn't appear in the video, no.
All right, wasn't there, right?
Well, it's vague to whether he's talking about video or.
Sustained. Rephrase the question, please.
Mr. Fung, you know that that gray car is the gray car that Detective Van Adder used to drive to Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th.
Yes,
And that gray car wasn't there when you first, in that first set of video clips when you came out, correct?
that's correct.
And you saw that this afternoon, did you not?
The video,
Yes,
yes,
in this order.
yes.
Let's run it. All right? Now that's you and Miss Mazzola walking down the street. Stop. Now, as that ended, sir, can we just go back to the very, very end and stop it? Just let's stop it, Mr. Harris, at the point, at the very end, as they're walking by the truck. There. Okay. Now, you and Miss Mazzola are not putting anything into the back of the evidence truck at that point, are you?
Not at that point, no.
You're walking towards the front of the car, correct?
I was walking towards the passenger door.
Now, when you saw these videotapes this morning, Mr. Fung, you saw the first clip, the first trip out from Rockingham, where you were carrying the brown paper bags and the valise, correct?
Yes,
And on that first trip, the gray car that Detective Van Adder drove on June 13th to Rockingham wasn't there, was it?
Assumes facts not in evidence and it's vague as to which.
Sustained. Rephrase the question.
When you saw the tape this morning, and we reviewed the cars on that first trip, you did not see the gray car that Detective Van Adder drove to Rockingham in that first trip video, correct?
Still assumes fact not in evidence.
Overruled.
I did not see the gray car on the first trip.
Right. But you did see that the gray car was there on the second trip, correct?
Yes,
Now, on the first trip, that's the time that you put the brown paper bags into the back of the crime scene truck, right?
yes,
The first trip is when you put the black valise into the back of the crime scene truck.
yes,
The first trip is when Miss Mazzola put the posse backs into the back of the crime scene truck.
yes,
And when you saw these series of tapes, Mr. Fung, you realized that you had been caught in a lie, didn't you?
no,
Well, you had told this jury yesterday that you carried the blood sample either in a brown paper bag, in the posse box, or in your hands, correct?
that's what I stated.
But when you saw the videotape, these videotapes, you realized, sir, that Detective Van Adder's car wasn't there when you put the brown paper bags and the posse box was put in the rear of the crime scene vehicle, correct?
That didn't come to my attention at that time, no.
Mr. Funk, this afternoon when we looked at the videotapes, we did it in a similar fashion to the way we just did it in front of the jury, didn't we?
Yes,
Overruled.
That is, I went over the tapes with you and I called your attention to the cars.
yes,
And I called your attention with respect to the second trip to the fact that Detective Van Adder's car was in the second sequence but not the first, correct?
at a later time, yes,
And when that was called to your attention, you realized that if Detective Van Adder was not at Rockingham at the time that you put the brown paper bags in the valise and Ms. Mazzola put the posse box in the back of the evidence truck, that there was no way that at that point in time you could have been putting the blood sample into the car?
Documented and also videotapes to everything.
Sustain, phrase question.
You realized when you saw the videotapes this afternoon that you could no longer maintain the position that you had put the blood sample.
Try again.
Great.
Try
Sorry?
again. Maintain the position. Try again.
You could no longer say that the gray envelope was in a brown paper bag.
I had forgotten about the plastic bag until this morning.
You could no longer say, after you saw the videos, that you were carrying the gray manila envelope within a brown paper bag, correct? You knew you couldn't say that after seeing these videotapes.
It refreshed my memory.
Well, my question, sir, is after
Overruled.
you saw the videotapes, you realized that you could not have been carrying the gray manila envelope in a brown paper bag because Detective Van Adder wasn't there yet when you were shown putting brown paper bags into the truck, correct?
Assumes facts, not evidence.
Overruled.
Did you realize that?
That was one of the conclusions I came to, yes.
And you realized that you could not have carried the manila envelope in the posse box because when the posse box was put into the crime scene truck, Detective Van Adder's car wasn't there, correct?
Again, I remembered that
My question to you, sir, is simply, you knew when you saw those videotapes that you could not have carried the gray manila envelope in the posse box and put it in the back of the crime scene truck, yes or no?
that I came to that conclusion by watching that, yes.
And when you saw both videotapes, you came to the conclusion that you could not say that you had carried the gray manila envelope in your hands, yes or no?
Because my recollection
Yes or
was
no?
refreshed.
Let me finish the question. He's not
Because your memory
restricted.
was refreshed.
He's
Yes.
not restricted, Counselor.
Now, could we show Mr. Fung, had you ever seen those clips, video clips, withdrawn, Now I'm going to show you the beginning of your trip out.
This is 11:03, oh, 11:04.
All right, let's stop. Now, do you recall this morning, about this point when you're being shown this tape, the judge asked you a question?
Yes.
And the judge asked you what was in...
Your Honor, this is not proper impeachment. There's no foundation.
Oh,
What was in...
this isn't the point where I asked that question, though, Counsel.
But Your Honor, if you tell me the point, your memory, I'm sure, is better than mine. I don't want to get anything wrong. If you could tell us where at the point in the tape it is.
Keep going. Nope, nope.
Is it on the other tape?
No, it's further in this tape. Keep going. You can bring it up to real time, Mr. Harris. Right there.
Right there? All right. Now, at this point in the tape, Judge Ito asked you what was in the plastic bag being carried by Miss Mazzola.
Yes.
And you told him the gray manila envelope containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
In the state's testimony.
Oh, well.
It was something to that effect.
That's not a brown paper bag, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not a posse box.
No, it's not.
It's not you holding that gray manila envelope in your hands, is it?
I had forgotten about the plastic bag.
After you realized that you couldn't say that the gray manila envelope was in a brown paper bag or in the posse box or you carried it in your own hands, the judge asked you the question, you made up the fact that it was in that plastic bag, didn't you?
Argument.
Sustained. No, you can't, Mr. Neufeld.
Sorry, Ray?
Proceed.
Again yesterday, and I'm starting at page 22443, on cross-examination, where you asked these questions and did you give these answers? Question. So to the best of your recollection, Detective Van Adder handed you a gray envelope and he just had it in his hand. Answer, to the best of my recollection, yes. And then, question, and then after you received that gray envelope, what did you do with it? Answer, I wrote on the envelope that I received it from him and I put the time, date, and my initials. Question, and what did you do with the envelope at that point? Answer, I looked inside to make sure that there was a vial in it and that it was in the condition that was unopened, and I put it in the crime scene struck. Were you asked those questions and did you give those answers?
Yes, I did.
Now, you knew before you ever came to testify in this case, sir, that the issue of whether or not you actually got the gray manila envelope from Officer Van Adder on June 13th would be a subject of contention at this trial.
I did not know that.
In your meetings with the district attorney, did you not discuss that you might be cross-examined on this issue?
That was a subject that came up.
How many times?
I don't recall.
You testified at a proceeding in August of 1994.
I don't recall that, which one
Do
it
you
was.
recall a hearing where Mr. Neufeld asked you some questions in August of 1994?
Yes,
And at that proceeding, Ms. Mazzola also testified, did she not?
at a later time, yes.
Well, next day,
I don't recall. when
soon
she
after
did.
you?
Yes,
And I think you've indicated to us before, sir, that after that proceeding, you and Ms. Mazzola had some conversations, trying to reconstruct the events of June 13th.
at a later time, yes.
So you were familiar, in some measure, as to what she testified to at that hearing.
We didn't go over her testimony.
Well, you discussed the details of events that were the subject matter of her testimony.
Overruled.
Mainly, we tried to just find out who did the actual picking up of evidence.
Well, was it Mr. Simpson's blood sample a piece of evidence?
Yes, it was.
An important piece of evidence.
Yes,
And you knew it would be a very important piece of evidence in this case, didn't you?
it was an important piece of evidence.
And were you aware that Ms. Mazzola had taken the position at this hearing in August that she did not see you get the blood sample from Detective Van Adder on June 13th?
Sustains.
In
Assumes
your-
facts not in evidence.
I'm sorry?
Assumes facts that aren't in evidence, counsel.
After your conversations withdrawn, during your conversations with Ms. Mazzola, after her testimony in August, did you learn that she did not remember seeing you get Mr. Simpson's
Sustained.
blood sample?
Sustained.
Did you discuss with Ms. Mazzola after the hearing in August whether or not she had seen you get Mr. Simpson's blood sample on June 13th?
I don't recall discussing that with her.
No recollection of that?
No.
Did it come to your attention from anyone that Ms. Mazzola did not recall you receiving Mr. Simpson's blood sample on June 13th?
Your Honor,
Sustained.
Were you-
May we approach?
No.
Were you told,
Your Honor, it is really acknowledged with regard to counsel's questions.
I've already told the jury, I've instructed the jury that if I sustain an objection, they're to disregard the implication of any question. Proceed.
were you told by Michelle Kessler that sometime after August 1994, that Andrea Mazzola
Sustained.
Checked, Your Honor.
Sustained. Counsel, this whole line needs to be done in a different way. And we're wasting time. If you're going to keep doing that, I'm going to stop you right here.
No, I don't mean to waste the court's time. I'm merely, I think, trying to figure out. Did you ever sit down with Ms. Mazzola after August and review the testimony that you gave and she gave during that hearing?
No,
Did you ever discuss the testimony that you gave, and she gave at that hearing after August?
no,
You did have conversations with Ms. Mazzola about your testimony at this trial.
It's a little vague as to testimony in this trial.
Sustained.
You did have conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying at this trial and after August of 1994.
Also, it's been asked and answered.
Overruled.
I did have conversations with her.
Yeah, didn't you have conversations with Ms. Mazzola after August of 1994 and before your testimony at this trial concerning the subject matter of your testimony at this trial?
Some of the subject matter, yes.
And did you not, in conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to this trial and after August, discuss with her the subject matter of her testimony?
It's still vague and overbroad.
Overruled.
I don't understand what do you mean by her testimony?
What she might testify to at this trial.
We went over tried to put together the events of the crime scene in regards to the collection of what we did and who did what.
I'm sorry, are you finished?
Yes.
And one of the things that you discussed with Ms. Mazzola was the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
I don't recall specifically talking about the blood vial because it just wasn't a subject that had to do with that blood collection as far as picking up blood swatches and things like that.
Mr.
That's
Fung
basically what we discussed.
never had a discussion with Andrea Mazzola about when Mr. Simpson's blood sample was collected.
I don't recall any specific conversations, no.
On direct examination, you were asked some questions about a document where Andrea Mazzola had written that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was item number 18, and the sneakers that Detective Lang gave you on June 14th were number 17.
That's correct.
And you were asked those questions on direct examination by Mr. Goldberg.
That conversation occurred before our testimony started.
Which conversation?
A conversation about those documents.
Conversation with Mr. Goldberg or with Ms. Mazzola
With Ms.
about those
Mazzola.
documents? So you had a conversation with Ms. Mazzola about those documents?
But this wasn't in the time frame you were asking about.
Oh, the conversation with Ms. Mazzola about the fact that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was put down as number 18 and the sneakers were put down as number 17 happened before August.
It happened maybe the day after June 13th or possibly June 14th.
And the conversation that you had maybe on June 13th or June 14th with Ms. Mazzola about her recording
June 14th or June 15th.
June 14th or June 15th.
Yes.
Is that the only conversation you've ever had with Ms. Mazzola about this issue?
That's the only one.
This issue is now overbroad.
Overruled.
That's the only one I can recall.
You mean there might have been others, but you can't remember?
I don't remember them.
that you went over the evidence collection checklist with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying here,
Yes.
and you filled in some extra details on the evidence collection checklist,
Yes.
and that checklist contained each of the items that you collected, you and Ms. Mazzola,
Yes.
and you were discussing with her who collected it, me or you.
Yes.
And you went all the way down the list of all these items of evidence.
Yes.
And you're telling us that when it came to Mr. Simpson's blood sample, you and she had no discussion.
I'm not saying that. I'm saying I don't recall the discussion, or if there was a discussion about it.
So you're now telling us that there might have been a discussion with Ms. Mazzola about the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood sample after August, but you can't recall it.
That's argumentative.
Phrase the question.
Are you now saying, sir, that there might have been a conversation after August with Ms. Mazzola about the collection of Mr. Simpson's blood samples?
Oral.
I think I've stated that before.
So there could have been a conversation about it after August, but you just don't remember it.
I don't remember a conversation about that subject matter.
Now, when you got back to the lab on the afternoon of June 13th, you're telling us that you had with you this gray manila envelope that contained Mr. Simpson's blood sample.
Yes.
Is there any record in the crime laboratory's computer tracking system that indicates where you put that blood sample on the evening of June 13th?
Oral.
The evidence tracking system does not take that type of pre-booked evidence into account.
If you were to put something in the refrigerator or the freezer in the serology lab, doesn't somebody have to hit a barcode to open the door of the serology freezer?
I'm
Pre or post
Okay.
sustained. Phrase the question.
Anytime someone opens the freezer in the serology laboratory, are they not supposed to hit some kind of barcode?
I'm not familiar with the serology policy of evidence moving.
Well, is there a computer record at the evidence collection unit that indicates where this blood sample was on the evening of June 13th?
One would not exist.
So there is no such record at the ECU, correct?
That's not a record that's kept.
Do
for
you
pre-booked
have
bloods.
a written record anywhere, in any form, indicating where you put Mr. Simpson's blood sample on the evening of June 13th?
Where I put it?
Yeah.
No.
Now, you told us on direct examination that you were trying to record items that you collected in chronological order.
I attempt to do that, yes.
And on June 13th, Andrea Mazzola was taking notes about the items collected.
On June,
13th.
yes.
And you told us that after you first left the Rockingham scene in the morning, you and Miss Mazzola sat down together and you did an inventory, correct?
That's correct.
And you checked each item of evidence together.
That's correct.
And I think you told us yesterday that after you left the Bundy scene, you did the same thing. You did an inventory, checking the items together.
That's correct.
And you told us yesterday that after you left the Rockingham scene, in the afternoon, you and Miss Mazzola conducted that same kind of inventory where you checked each item together.
That's correct.
And in that inventory, the afternoon of June 13th, where you were checking the items together with Miss Mazzola, did you show her the gray envelope containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
We had not obtained that sample yet when we conducted the inventory, evidence inventory.
So you're now saying that the evidence inventory withdrawn. Did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck, as you told us before?
No, because the media was out there and we wanted to do it out of the eyes of the media, so we did it within the residence.
So you couldn't have, you didn't, when you left Rockingham in the morning, did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Rockingham in the morning?
Yeah.
Yes, because the media wasn't there yet.
When you left Bundy in the afternoon, did you conduct the evidence inventory in the crime scene truck?
Not in the truck, no.
Where'd you do it?
It was where we set up our crime scene kit,
Well, where's that?
someplace near the front of the residence. I don't recall exactly where we set up the crime scene kit. I think it was out near the sidewalk.
Near the sidewalk in front of 875 Bundy?
Yes,
You did the evidence inventory on the sidewalk outside of 875 Bundy at around 3 in the afternoon.
Mistakes. That's
overall. I don't recall exactly where it was, but it was around that area, yes.
Well, you did it in front of the sidewalk at 875 Bundy around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Weren't there people there with videotapes, cameras taking pictures?
There may have been, yes.
Well, so you're now going to, so it's now you're saying, Mr. Fung, that before you left the house at Rockingham, you and Miss Mazzola sat down and went through each item and did the inventory. Is that what you're telling us?
Yes.
And where did this all take place?
Within the residence.
Where?
I don't recall exactly where it was. I don't recall.
Was it up in the master bedroom?
I don't recall.
Was it in that foyer area?
I don't recall.
Are you not able to recall this, Mr. Fung? Because as you sit there, you're wondering that if you put it in some particular room, there might be people that could be placed at that location who would then have to come in and corroborate it.
Sustained.
Now, in terms of timing, Mr. Fung, at around 5 o'clock, item 16 was collected.
Yes.
And it was after item 16 that was picked up that you and Ms. Mazzola did this inventory.
Yes.
And item 16 was picked up the front of the front door of Mr. Simpson's residence.
Yes.
And item 15 was picked up in that foyer area.
In a bathroom.
And you can't recall whether after that item was picked up in that foyer area, you and Ms. Mazzola did this inventory.
I don't recall exactly where we did the inventory, but it was within that residence.
So you're saying that the inventory was done and everything was placed into the truck during that first trip when you put the paper bags into the back of the crime scene truck.
Items 11 through 16 were placed in the back of the crime scene truck, yes.
All right. That's when we see you putting in the paper bag and Ms. Mazzola's putting in the posse box.
Yes.
So now you're saying that Mr. Simpson's gray manila envelope with the blood sample in it was put into that black plastic trash bag that Ms. Mazzola was carrying.
To the best of my recollection, yes.
And did you place it in the trash bag in her sight, in her presence?
I don't think so. I don't recall.
You just said, I don't think so, and then you said, I don't recall.
That's right.
Now, do you have some concerns, Mr. Fung, that Ms. Mazzola is not going to come into this courtroom withdrawn? Do you have some concerns, Mr. Fung, about Ms. Mazzola coming into this courtroom and saying that she recalls you placing this gray manila envelope with the blood sample in it into that plastic bag?
Do I have
Concerns
about it?
Yes.
Whether she'll say that or not?
Yes.
At this point, yes.
And your concern, sir, is based on the fact that you have knowledge that she has previously testified that she does not recall seeing Detective Van Adder hand you the gray manila envelope on June 13th.
I object, Your Honor. It's facts about that.
Sustained. Ask him a foundational question.
Mr. Fung, do you think it would refresh your recollection to see Ms. Mazzola's testimony in August with respect to the collection of items at Rockingham on the afternoon of June 13th?
No foundation.
Overruled.
I don't see how it would.
You don't think that looking at her testimony might refresh your recollection as to things she has said to you in conversations about whether you received the blood sample from Detective Van Adder?
I'm not sure if it would or not. I don't know.
Now, in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola about the events of the afternoon of June 13th, did it come to your attention that she recalled leaving Rockingham earlier than you recalled it?
I don't remember discussing that with her.
In your conversations with Ms. Mazzola about the events of the afternoon of June 13th, did she ever indicate to you that she remembered leaving just a few minutes after 5?
Overruled.
Your Honor, I'd like to approach the witness and show him some testimony.
You may. Show counsel what it is. Now, let me see counsel at the sidebar with the court reporter. We ought to take a break at this point. All right, ladies and gentlemen, remember my admonitions to you. Don't discuss the case amongst yourselves, form any opinions about the case. Don't allow anybody to have contact with you. Do not conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. We'll take a 15-minute break. Mr. Fung, you may step down, sir.
Clarification
No,
at sidebar?
Let me let the jurors go.
Okay, all right.
After having looked at these pages, does it refresh your recollection that in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola, I'm sorry?
Does it refresh his recollection first
All
about
right.
conversations with Ms. Mazzola?
Having looked at these pages, is your recollection in any way refreshed with respect to conversations you've had with Ms. Mazzola?
I don't recall having conversations about those particular topics.
All right. Are you saying, Mr. Fung, that in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to coming in here to testify, she did not indicate to you that she was with you from the entire time?
Sustained.
Has Ms. Mazzola ever told you?
It's hearsay. Sustained.
I'm asking what Ms. Mazzola said to him.
It's hearsay.
Not for the truth of the matter asserted, for the fact that it was said to her.
Hearsay. Without any further foundation. Proceed.
You had conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to testifying here.
Yes,
And in these conversations, you discussed what items of evidence were picked up and when.
that was touched on, yes.
And that's part of the way that you made those corrections, or those additions, I should say, on the evidence collection sheets.
Yes,
And in those conversations, did Ms. Mazzola indicate to you that she was with you from the entire time?
Finish the question.
That she was with you the entire time after you picked up the last item at Rockingham at about 5 o'clock until you departed for the next designation?
Overruled at this point.
We never discussed that, no.
In your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to coming here and testifying, did she indicate to you that she believed that that the two of you had left the Rockingham location a few minutes after 5?
Overruled. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm allowing these questions and answers for the limited purpose, not assuming that the answer, that the implication of the answer, excuse me, the question. Let me start again. I'm allowing this evidence for a limited purpose. That is whether or not this statement was made to Mr. Fung, not whether or not that statement is in fact true. Mr. Scheck,
May I put the last question to the witness?
you may.
Mr. Fung, in your conversations with Ms. Mazzola prior to your testimony, did she ever indicate to you that she recalled leaving Rockingham a few minutes after 5?
I don't recall having discussed that.
Did you ever see any document where Ms. Mazzola indicated that she thought the two of you had left Rockingham before 5:20?
If I can refer to my notes. I don't recall any document, no.
And the notes you just looked at, Mr. Fung, those were the crime scene checklist for Rockingham.
Yes,
And that's a document of 4 pages. Well, the first 4 pages are numbered 1, 2, 3, 4.
yes,
And on the 4th page of that document, there is a line that indicates time left scene.
yes,
We'll get back to that in a minute. That's ordinarily where somebody writes down the time that they left the scene.
yes,
And Ms. Mazzola was the one that was taking notes.
yes,
Now, Mr. Fung, you've told us that the gray manila envelope with Mr. Simpson's blood sample was placed by you into a trash bag.
a plastic trash bag.
Is that correct?
That's what I remember.
All right. Where'd you get the trash bag?
I asked one of the detectives to find one for me, to
So-
find some type of bag that I could put the envelope in.
And this was when you returned into Mr. Simpson's house?
This was after receiving the envelope.
Well, when you went back inside to Mr. Simpson's house after putting the brown paper bags and the valise in the car, you didn't have a black plastic bag with you.
I had no idea that I would.
Did you have a black plastic bag with you?
No,
Did Ms. Mazzola have a black plastic bag with her?
no,
And so you're now saying you went back into the Rockingham location at that time.
Are committed to this phrase.
Sustain, rephrase the question.
You went, as depicted on the videotape, back into Rockingham for one last look.
yes,
You picked up those yellow evidence cards.
on the way back in, yes,
And then you got back inside to Rockingham.
yes,
And was at that point that you asked some detective for a black plastic bag? you got inside to Rockingham, and that's when you saw Detective Van Adder in the foyer.
At some point after I went in, yes.
And was Detective Van Adder carrying a black duffel bag?
I don't recall if he was or not.
And was Detective Van Adder carrying a clipboard?
I don't recall if he was or not.
All you remember is that he had this gray manila envelope.
I do remember him giving it to me.
And you remember who was there when this gray manila envelope was handed off?
I don't remember everybody who was there.
Well, since we last broke, you now have had an opportunity to talk with the prosecutors about the videotapes.
Yes.
And have they discussed anything with you about who else was there?
No.
Have they discussed with you anything about what Miss Mazzola may be testifying to?
No.
Was Miss Mazzola there?
I don't recall her being there when I accepted the envelope from Detective Van Adder.
So it's you and Detective Van Adder.
I know that.
Who else? As you sit here today, you independently remember.
I don't specifically remember anybody else, but I do know there were other people there.
And he gave you the gray manila envelope, and then you looked in it.
Counsel, I think we broached this subject yesterday. Who was there?
Right.
When it was transferred?
Just
what he did.
foundation.
This is like the third time we're going through this.
I understand. After you looked in the envelope, was it then that you asked somebody to get a plastic bag?
I asked if somebody could find a bag of some sort so that I could place the envelope inside.
Who did you ask?
Nobody in particular. I just asked in general for somebody to find me something to put the bag or the envelope in.
Do you remember who gave it to you?
It was one of the detectives.
Where did they give it to you?
It was in the kitchen.
Where was Miss Mazzola?
I don't know.
Was she around?
I don't know.
And then you were given this plastic bag and you put the gray manila envelope in the plastic bag?
That's to the best of my recollection, yes.
And when you did that, where was Miss Mazzola?
I don't know.
And you walked out of the kitchen then?
I don't know what I did right after I put the envelope in the bag.
After you put the envelope in the bag, did there come a point soon after where you saw Miss Mazzola?
Eventually I did see her, but I don't know when.
How many minutes?
I don't know.
More than 2 or 3?
I don't recall how many minutes from the time I put the envelope in the bag to when I saw her next.
Did you see her next inside the Rockingham residence?
I can only tell from the video. I don't recall exactly when I saw her next.
Well, from the video, you know, you walked out the Rockingham residence with Miss Mazzola.
Yes,
And you, at some point, handed her this black plastic bag.
at some point, from the video, yes.
And when you handed her that black plastic bag, did you say to her, Miss Mazzola, here's a black plastic bag, and inside it is a gray manila envelope with Mr. Simpson's blood sample. Did you tell her that?
Foundation, personal knowledge.
Overruled. I didn't tell her that, or I don't remember telling her that, or I don't remember saying anything like that.
Which?
I just don't remember.
Well, did you tell her, in substance, here's, withdraw. At that time, didn't you have some concerns about carrying a manila envelope with a blood vial in it?
Yes.
You certainly wouldn't want to have that blood vial broken.
No, I wouldn't.
That's a piece of evidence that you want to carry with a great deal of care.
Yes.
And if you're giving it to Miss Mazzola, you're going to want her to carry it with a great deal of care.
Yes.
And you're telling us when you handed her the blood vial in the manila envelope that's inside the plastic bag, you didn't say to her, Miss Mazzola, here's the blood vial, a blood sample from Mr. Simpson that I was just given by Detective Van Adder. Carry it carefully.
I don't remember saying that.
You just, to the best of your recollection, handed her a plastic bag with Mr. Simpson's blood sample in it and never told her what was in it.
Mistakes testimony.
Sustained.
Did you tell her what was in that black plastic bag when you handed it to her?
Your Honor, it's already.
Oh, not as phrase.
I don't recall if I did or not. I don't remember.
All right, let's move on.
And then the two of you walked out of Rockingham,
Yes.
and you went into the crime scene truck.
Yes.
And when you went into the crime, between the time that you left and the time you got to the crime scene truck, did you tell Miss Mazzola what was in that black plastic bag?
I don't recall talking to her at all.
When you got inside the crime scene truck, where did you go and where did she go?
She eventually went to the passenger seat and I went into the driver's seat.
What did she do with the plastic bag that contained Mr. Simpson's blood sample?
I don't recall if she put it in, if I unlocked the back door for her and she put it in, or if we put it, or if she put it in the passenger compartment.
Well, when she was putting it somewhere in the truck, did you tell her, Miss Mazzola, what's in that plastic bag is Mr. Simpson's blood sample. Put it in a certain place. Be careful with it.
I don't recall saying that to her.
Do you recall, withdrawn, did you ever, when you got back into the crime scene truck, tell Miss Mazzola what was in the plastic bag?
It's asked and answered.
Sustained.
I don't recall.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You don't have to answer that question.
Proceed.
At some point after you got back in the crime scene truck, the two of you drove back to SID.
Yes.
And at that time, you took evidence out of the crime scene truck and you brought it into the evidence processing room.
Yes.
And at that time, did you and Ms. Mazzola conduct an inventory of all the items that you collected?
I know I did.
Was she there assisting?
She may have been.
And during that inventory, did you tell her inside that plastic bag is Mr. Simpson's blood vial in a manila envelope?
I don't recall talking to her about that item of evidence.
All right, when you got back to the evidence processing room, you and Ms. Mazzola went through a process you told us of taking blood swatches out of coin envelopes and putting them into test tubes.
Yes.
At some point before you began that process, did you indicate to Ms. Mazzola that Mr. Simpson's blood sample was in a gray manila envelope and inside that plastic bag?
I don't recall talking to her about that sample on that day.
At some point when you got back to the evidence processing room, did either of you take the gray manila envelope out of the black plastic bag?
No.
It was kept in the black plastic bag.
During that night? Yes.
Where did you put it?
We I put all the evidence on one of the tables in the evidence processing room.
You put Mr. Simpson's blood sample, which was in a gray manila envelope, inside the plastic bag on top of the table in the evidence processing room.
That's where I put all the evidence that day.
And you left it there.
Yes.
And you didn't put it in any refrigerator.
No, I didn't.
Did you tell anybody in the laboratory that you would come back with Mr. Simpson's blood vial in that gray manila envelope in that black plastic bag?
No.
Did you go to, was Greg Matheson in the laboratory when you returned?
I don't recall seeing him.
There's a stockroom refrigerator outside the door of the evidence processing room.
Yes, there is.
You didn't even take Mr. Simpson's blood sample and put it in the stockroom refrigerator?
I wouldn't do that, no.
And it's your testimony that you never, to the best of your recollection, told Ms. Mazzola what was inside that black plastic bag.
Not on that day, no. To the best of my recollection, I don't recall talking to her about that item of evidence on that day.
When you came back to the evidence processing room on the morning of June 14th, did you see the black plastic bag containing Mr. Simpson's blood sample in it?
I don't specifically remember it, but the items of evidence were all accounted for.
So when you entered the evidence processing room, that the gray manila envelope was still inside the black plastic bag.
I did not observe or detect any of my evidence from the night before having been disturbed.
Well, when you entered the evidence processing room, was there anybody with you?
I don't recall.
Was Ms. Mazzola with you?
I don't recall.
And I take it that you, alone, with nobody around, removed the gray manila envelope from the black plastic bag.
I don't recall if anybody was with me or not. I don't remember.
Mr. Fung? None of this ever happened in terms of putting that gray manila envelope in that plastic bag. Isn't that right?
That's incorrect.
That's something that you made up when the judge asked you the question this morning, what's in that black plastic bag?
No.
That's why you have now recounted that you never told Ms. Mazzola once on the afternoon what was in that black plastic bag.
That's not what I said.
That's why you're now telling us when you went back into the evidence processing room the next morning, no one else was there to see you remove this blood sample from the black plastic bag.
Ms. State's testimony.
Sustain or phrase the question.
You don't remember anybody being there when you removed the blood sample from the black plastic bag.
Ms. State's testimony.
Overruled.
I don't recall if anybody was there with me or not.
Your Honor, I'd like to now mark by whatever means the court would like. I would like to show the original copies of the crime scene investigation checklist.
Original copies?
Yes,
He
the
needs
originals. Thank you. The documents that have been brought to us that purport to be originals of the crime scene investigation checklist
The
for
4
Rocky.
pages? The 4-page sheet.
It's actually 1, 2, 3, 4 pages that are numbered, a 5th page designated field notes, and on the back of the 5th page, there is writing. A 6th page designated field notes that's blank, and in the back page of that is a diagram. A 7th page that is the evidence collection checklist. And on the back of that, there is another diagram. And what did I say? This is the 7th page, which is a second evidence collection checklist. Is that 8 altogether?
Pages. 8. 8 pages.
8 pages.
All right, those pages will be 1107.
I'm sorry, I thought we were going to introduce any of the originals that we can maintain custody of our originals pursuant to a prior agreement.
If there's a reason to use the originals, I'll allow their use. However, there'll be substitutions for the record later. Proceed.
Now, earlier, Mr. Fung, you were shown a copy of this page by the prosecution, and it was introduced into evidence on your direct examination.
Yes.
All right. And this piece of paper contains handwriting of Andrea Mazzola,
Yes.
where she lists various items.
Yes.
And when you say this page, which page are we talking about?
Right. It's the page in back of the field notes.
First page of field notes?
All right.
All right.
I'll give you a number in terms of the actual page. It is the 5th page, and it's the back of the 5th page, and I'd like to put this on the Now, in this document, this document, you can read along if it helps with your copy if you want, refers to item 17, 1 pair tennis shoes Reebok received in serology by D. Fung from Detective Lang, correct?
Yes.
And up in the upper right-hand corner, just where D. Fung is, there's a date, 6/14/94.
That's correct.
And below that is written item 18, blood sample in tube from Simpson.
That's correct.
And item 19 is hair from item number 9.
Yes.
And that is, item number 9 is the Rockingham glove.
Yes.
And the hair that's being referred to is a hair that you removed on the morning of June 14th.
Yes.
And the sneakers are sneakers that you received in the morning on June 14th.
Yes.
And it's your testimony that the blood sample from Mr. Simpson you did not receive after the sneakers on the morning of June 14th.
I received the sneakers on June 13th at 5:20.
And on direct examination, you mentioned that you saw this document when you came back to the laboratory on June 14th.
At some point, when I was writing my property report, I saw this document.
I'm sorry, did you misspeak and say that you got the 13th, the sneakers on the 13th?
I believe I
You got the sneakers on the 14th.
got the sneakers on the 14th. I got the blood on the 13th.
Now, you might have seen this document then, not on June 14th, but June 15th. You said you saw it around the time you were writing up your property report.
Possibly.
So you're not sure whether it's the 14th or the 15th that you saw this document?
It was when I was writing my property reports. I could check. It was on the 14th.
So on the 14th, you saw this document.
Yes.
And when you looked at it, you decided that you didn't like the order in which Ms. Mazzola had put down the receipt of these items.
When I was writing my property report, I wanted to save on paperwork, so I changed the order of the item numbers that she had written down.
And then on, this is page 8, the Rockingham report. In your evidence collection sheet, you told us that you went back and you changed what Ms. Mazzola had written as 17 under sample item, correct? Top of that page is a reference to the item received by you from Detective Lang, the sneakers.
Yes, the very top line?
Yes.
Yes.
And Ms. Mazzola had written 17 there.
At one point in time, yes, there was a 17 there.
And you changed that to an 8.
Yes.
And then below that indicated 17 for the blood sample.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you said you did that on June 15th.
Misstates testimony.
When did you do it?
It was either the 14th or the 15th. I don't recall.
And on the morning of June 14th, you gave Colin Yamauchi Mr. Simpson's blood vial,
On the morning of
the 14th.
14th,
The record should reflect the witness's impression as recollection.
Yes. with
May I
his
approach the witness?
You may.
to the best of my recollection, that's when I was on the 14th that I released custody to him.
And he poured off some blood and gave it back to you.
No foundation for personal knowledge. Also,
Stain.
they-
Did Mr. Yamauchi then return the blood vial to you on the morning of the 14th?
After I gave it to him, he did return it to me, yes.
Did you actually see him taking blood out of the blood vial on the morning of the 14th?
I don't recall seeing him doing that.
Now, on direct examination, you were asked whether or not you recalled what item number you told Colin Yamauchi the blood vial was.
I don't recall that testimony.
Well, do you recall that you were asked that question and you said you didn't remember which item number you told Colin Yamauchi the blood vial was on the morning of June 14th?
I don't recall what my testimony was at that point.
Okay. Do you recall whether or not you told Colin Yamauchi what item number you had designated the blood vial on June 14th?
I told, or from records that I have come in contact with, I told him it was 18.
When did you first learn that Mr. Yamauchi had recorded the blood vial as being item 18, not 17?
When did I first learn this?
Yes.
After I had written my property reports, I went to tell him that I had changed the item numbers, and that's when I found out that he had written the report and put down the item number as 18.
And was this a cause for concern that Mr. Yamauchi had written down number 18 for the blood vial and not number 17?
Thanks. So,
Sustained.
Was this a cause of concern for you that Mr. Yamauchi had actually written down number 18 as the blood vial, not 17?
As a matter of keeping things clean, as far as having to write follow-up reports, yes, it was a concern to me.
Well, you said it was a matter of keeping things clean.
Paperwork-wise, yes.
Well, weren't you very concerned that if the record showed the blood vial being received after the sneakers, that might reveal that the blood vial was actually received on the morning of June 14th, not on the afternoon of June 13th?
That was not a concern, no.
Never entered your mind?
I was more concerned about having to write up a follow-up report.
So that thought never entered your mind?
No.
Never a concern that anybody might look at this mislabeling and think that the blood vial had not been transferred to you on the afternoon of the 13th, that actually had been turned over on the morning of the 14th?
objection to the witness is stated in testimony.
Sustained.
No concern on your part that the fact that Mr. Yamauchi had labeled it 18, not 17, might lead someone to question whether or not you had actually received the blood vial on the afternoon of the 13th as opposed to the morning of the 14th?
That did not occur to me.
At some time after June 15th, did anybody ever question you about how the blood vial had been labeled 18 in Mr. Yamauchi's reports, but you put it in your property report as 17?
In testimony, yes.
It arose for the first time in testimony?
Being questioned about it, yes.
No one in the laboratory ever came to you and asked you how something like this could happen, that Mr. Yamauchi had recorded the blood vial as 18, but in your property report you said it was 17?
I told Mr. Matheson about it. I told Colin that I had done it. The
Colin-
changing of
Colin is who?
Mr. Yamauchi, I'm sorry. I told Mr. Yamauchi that I had changed the item number. I'd flipped them around. And that was the conversations that I had.
And that conversation happened around when?
Shortly after I had written the property reports and was going to tell him that I had changed the item numbers.
And that was in June.
Yes.
Did anybody come to you in July and question you about the fact that the blood vial had been labeled 18 in Mr. Yamauchi's records, but 17 in your property report?
No.
No conversation about that at all in July?
None that I can recall.
No concern in your part in July about the fact that there had been this confusion, as you put it, between 17 and 18?
It wasn't confusing to me.
All right. No concern. Did anything in the month of July cause you to go back over your crime scene checklist records and make changes?
I may have gone in and added some information that I had remembered and added things that I recalled into the crime scene checklist.
Oh, but nothing concerning this question of 17 and 18?
No.
Now, you know Mr. Yamauchi. God. You know Mr. Yamauchi, right?
Yes, I do.
Now, you know, Mr. Fung, that questions have been raised about whether or not all the blood in Mr. Simpson's blood sample can be accounted for.
Sustain the first question.
All right? Are you aware that the defense has raised questions about whether or not all the blood in Mr. Simpson's blood sample can be accounted for?
Overruled.
I am aware of that.
And before the defense raised these questions at this trial, did anyone in the laboratory ever ask you any questions about whether or not there had been any tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
I don't recall anybody asking me if it was tampered with, no.
Well, were there any questions asked of you about that subject by Ms. Kessler?
I don't recall her asking me
Mr.
that.
Matheson?
I don't recall him asking me that.
Was there any ever, were you ever asked any questions by an investigator from the district attorney's office about possible tampering with Mr. Simpson's blood vial?
No.
Now, didn't you go back and look at these records in July to see whether or not you had adequately covered your tracks about the fact that you really...
Let's rephrase that question,
All right.
counsel.
Did you look back through these records, these crime scene checklist records in July, with the concern that there might be something there that would reveal that you really didn't receive Mr. Simpson's blood vial in the afternoon of June 13th, but you really received it on the morning of the 14th?
That was not a concern to me because that's not what happened.
Okay? I direct your attention to, there's an erasure, is there not, between items 17 and 18 on this document.
Yes, there is.
And what had been there before was a circle and a 7-5-94, and underneath it, your initials DF.
That appears to be what appears to be on the screen, yes.
And then there's,
Counsel, if you're showing him potential erasures on the Elmo, why don't you show him the original document?
please take your time and examine it.
Okay.
Now, in that erased portion, you had written 7-5-94 within a circle, and within that circle, you put your initials DF.
Yes.
And you put a line with an arrow on the top of it and an arrow on the bottom of it
Yes.
to indicate that those items should be switched, 17 and 18, as written on that piece of paper.
I don't know why I wrote it, but yes, it's there.
So you took a look at that piece of paper and you became concerned about the fact that the sneakers were 17 and the blood vial was 18, right?
Yes.
And that was in July, when you were going through these pages, that you had that concern.
Apparently, yes.
And then, after writing that notation, you decided to erase it.
I did erase it. From what's here, yes.
And in going through the pages of the crime scene checklist, you saw another document that created a problem for you, didn't you?
What are you referring to?
I'm referring to page 4 of the crime scene checklist.
What about it?
Page 4 of the crime scene checklist has a box indicating disposition of evidence. I should say disposition of scene.
Yes.
Put this up on the... Okay. Page 4 has a box indicating evidence book 2,
Yes.
evidence book by,
Yes.
disposition of scene,
Yes.
and most importantly, sir, it has a box indicating time leaving scene.
I don't know if that's the most important box, but there is a blank there.
There's a box there that indicates time leaving scene, doesn't it?
Yes, there is a box there.
And Ms. Mazzola had been the one that was filling out these reports.
She was filling out the crime scene checklist that day.
And Ms. Mazzola was under the impression that you had left the Rockingham scene earlier than 5:20, wasn't she?
Calls for speculation.
Sustained.
Do you know if Ms. Mazzola was under the impression in June that the two of you had left Rockingham before 5:20?
Calls for hearsay.
Overruled.
I don't know when she thought we left Rockingham.
5:20 is the time that you wrote on the gray envelope you received it from Detective Van Adder.
Yes, it is.
If there were something filled in there that said 5:15 as to the time leaving scene, that would be inconsistent with what you wrote on the gray envelope you received from Detective Van Adder.
Argumentative, Your Honor.
Overruled.
If there was that time there, yes, it would.
And that's why you destroyed the original page 4, Mr. Fung.
That's not true.
Mr. Fung, I'm going to show you each of the originals of this crime scene checklist. I want you to look at them. I want you to look at the upper left-hand corner of each of the pages. And that would include, let me put it in order for you.
You may.
Why don't you and Mr. Goldberg look at the left-hand corners, all those pages of the crime scene checklist very, very carefully. One of those pages doesn't have staple holes in it, Mr. Fung.
That's correct.
That's page 4, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
That's because that page 4 is not the original page 4.
That's apparent to me now, yes?
That's because you got rid of the original page 4. Isn't that true, Mr. Fung?
That's not true.
That's because it had the wrong time on it. Isn't that true?
If it had the wrong time, no, that's not true.
Your Honor, I'd like to do 2 more things, and I'm finished questioning these witnesses. What I would like to do is first have printed out on Yomo a copy of the document with the erasure. And then I would ask that each of these documents be handed to the jury so they can examine them.
All right, let's print out this document on the LMO.
This is printed out of 1107A, and the printout will be 1107.
You can get on that, Mr. Harris. please. All right, back on the record. Record should reflect that we've been rejoined by all the members of our jury panel. Mr. Scheck, have you concluded your cross-examination of Mr. Fung?
Yes, I have, Your Honor.
All right, redirect examination, Mr. Goldberg.
Good evening, Mr. Fung.
Good evening.
Ladies and gentlemen. Mr. Fung, let me see if I have this. Were you involved together with Detective Lang, Detective Furman, Detective Van Adder, Michelle Kessler, and her husband, whoever that might be, in a conspiracy against this defendant?
What's the objection? Grounds? Overruled.
No.
Okay. Were you involved in some kind of a conspiracy with Andrea Mazzola to cover up receiving some item with your bare hands?
No.
Were you involved in any conspiracy with Detective Van Adder to allow him to keep a vial overnight so that he could do with it what he pleased?
No.
Or with Detective Lang to allow him into the evidence processing room so that he could somehow maybe take the defendant's shoes and in some way get any DNA that might be on them, on the swatches and the controls?
Objection.
Grounds?
This is leading, compound, speculative.
Sustain on the leading ground.
Were you involved in any conspiracy whatsoever with Mr. Lang to allow him into an evidence processing room?
No.
Overruled.
Or with anyone in this case, Mr. Fung?
Nobody.
Now, Mr. Fung, do you recall that on a cross-examination, an issue came up as to one of the pages from the crime scene identification checklist, the original of which was missing?
Yes.
And do you happen to have a Xerox copy of that page now?
No.
Not the original, but a Xerox.
See that? Read it.
And we're referring to 1107, correct?
I don't have one, no.
And did you find the original of that document?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
I opened up my notebook and examined that page, and it was there.
Now, there are two notebooks that are sort of similar that you've seen. One is the notebook that I'm holding in my hand. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then you have a notebook in front of you.
Yes.
And for the record, Your Honor, these are blue notebooks about an inch thick or so.
Appear to be.
And is your notebook your own personal notes that you maintained?
Yes.
Okay. So you found the original of that document that was missing in your notebook?
I think we should lose which documents, which item number
Yes.
for the record.
It's a little obscure.
Okay. It was part of what's been marked the crime scene identification checklist. I believe that's defense 1107 for identification.
Yes.
That was page 4 of the...
No, not page 4, the other page that talked about giving certain items to Mr. Yamauchi.
Yes.
Now that's leading, and I'd like to know which document, I think the record should be clear as to which document he's talking about.
Sustained.
Okay,
Rephrase the
I
question.
can, I'll introduce it, Your Honor. Your Honor, this is a page entitled Field Notes, and it has in the upper left-hand corner the date of 6/14/94, and then lists certain items, counsels.
All right. People's next in order.
Yes.
People's 181.
May I approach?
You may.
So show me People's 181. You recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
This is a page that I used to record the transaction of items when I released them to Mr. or criminalist Yamauchi.
Okay, and is that the original?
Yes, it is.
Now, generally speaking, the documents that you have in your notebook, are those originals or copies?
The ones I have in my notebook are generally copies.
And showing you the notebook that I have in front of me, I think you've seen this before, but are these supposed to be the originals or copies?
These should be the originals.
So in some manner, the original of that document got into your notebook instead of the notebooks that's supposed to contain the originals?
Yes.
During the recess, sir, did you have an opportunity to look in your notebook and find the original of page 4?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to mark as people's next in order. That's Exhibit 182.
182.
A document that has page 4 at the top, and it has various writing, all typewritten, but it's not filled out. Now, sir, you testified that you were a firearms examiner, is that correct? Right now?
Yes.
And do you also do tool marks?
I have, yes.
Okay, I'd like to show you what's just been marked as people's next exhibit, page number 4. Will you take a look at that, sir?
Yes.
And will you take a look at the staple holes in the upper left-hand corner?
Yes.
I'm now going to show you the document that was marked as Defense 1107 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
Sir, can you please visually compare the staple holes on page 4 to the staple holes on the succeeding page? Have you done so?
Yes.
And can you form any conclusions about that comparison,
I can form a preliminary conclusion.
which is?
They appear to have, this appears to be the document that was missing from this set of originals.
When you say preliminary, you won't form a final conclusion at this time, is that right?
Not at this time, no.
And why is that, sir?
I feel I would have to go back to the lab and look at it under a controlled situation with a microscope and other tools.
And that would be the standard practice for a forensic scientist?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, could we pass those documents, Defense 1107?
We must approach.
Or
Your Honor, may we approach?
with the court order. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I have to let the court reporters go so they can catch their train, and I told them I'd let them go at 10 minutes to 6. Because of our computerized court reporting system, after they finish the day, they then have to take the floppy disk and then download it to the main computer and all of that so we can produce our transcripts every day. And they then have to catch the train. So we're going to take our break right now. Mr. Fung, you can step down. You're ordered to be here tomorrow morning at 8:30. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to stand in recess until tomorrow morning as far as the jury is concerned until 9 o'clock. Please remember all of my admonitions to you. Do not discuss the case amongst yourselves. Don't form any opinions about the case. Don't conduct any deliberations till the matter has been submitted to you. Do not allow anybody to communicate with you with regards to the case. Have a pleasant evening. We'll see you tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. All right, we'll stand in recess. And counsel can remain to view exhibits before we break. All right, thank you.